Oh, I need my tablet. There we go. Good. I need a jacket. A little bit chilly. And there's APR. So one more moment. Okay. Greetings, Internet. It is 2:19 p.m. on Friday, January 19th, 2024. Welcome to Holding Court. I'm your host, Mark Amsright, DJ Amstrack, and it's just me, because I'm the only one who holds court. Right. That's not the usual intro that I do. Today I'm going to be continuing Shadowrun Hong Kong. It's been a week since the last time I did this. My sleep schedule got a little bit out of hand, and also even before I got it kind of fixed Wednesday, but I was not feeling good, and my head's been all congested. It was like that before, like even when I was streaming the last several streams. Just it makes the voice acting hard. I'm sure I sound congested. It's not pleasant, but it's I do what I can, and I want to finish this game. Like, I'm enjoying it, but I want to get through it. I left it sitting for a year. I don't want to leave it sitting even more. So, let's get on with it, shall we? Did I already get paid for that one? See, I don't have any karma to spend. I have a chunk of money. Afford a nicer gun. Eight armor. Oh, that's nice. Ranged combat 7. I can't afford that one anyway. Well, soon. Armor 6 versus the 8 that I could get from that. For being frontline, an extra 2 points sure could be nice. Yeah, okay. Confirm. Let's sell. I don't see the taser being super useful. And I never used the SMG. Go ahead and sell it as well. Okay, let's help Gaichu. So, of course, I'm ringing Gaichu. Let's also bring Ractor. And Gobbit. Or do I want Isabel? Oh, I don't want to miss Matrix opportunities. I kind of don't expect there'll be many, but also, her grenade launcher is nice. The Tolo Harbor Industrial Complex is a sprawling maze of warehouses, auto fabrication facilities, shipping container mazes, and corporate power. If something corporate owned is shipped through Hong Kong, it invariably moves through these streets. The Renraku shipping facility lies far enough away from the heart of Tolo Harbor that you won't have to worry about corporate security other than the on site guards. And Renraku's extraterritoriality means that any fighting won't risk backup from rent-a-cops. As you exit the MTR and step into the Tolo Harbor streets, you are blessedly spared from rain. An ebb in the constant monsoon combined with the sweltering heat has left the concrete and your body blessedly free of moisture. Gaichu casts a glance at you and he nods in satisfaction. This is the facility. Past that fence is the warehouse and test laboratories. Ishida and his team should arrive in mere minutes after we breach their defenses. What kind of initial opposition will we face? While the Red Samurai provide a good backup team, there are too few of them to mount a standing guard. This means that we will be facing standard Renraku security forces. While they are not as potent as better-equipped security, Knight Errant for instance, they are still skilled combatants. Isabel puts a fist on one hip, looking up at Gaichu. So these guys aren't as potent in meat space as their Matrix counterparts. Securitech International is nothing to scoff at, and they're generally guarding pretty heavy-duty hosts. No, they are not as well equipped or trained as their Securitech brethren. Still, they carry a variety of assault weapons and wear heavy armor. They are above average opponents, So it would behoove you not to underestimate them. Hostiles spotted. That guy's dead. Medical supplies. Take. Again, I just put them in one of those. Stash, I guess. Maintenance panel. This access panel is unlocked. Peering inside, you notice there are connections to building systems such as cameras and electrical power. Isabel, grab the camera feed. Sure thing. Deftly rattling out commands on her cyberdeck, Isabel shakes her head. Amateur security. Strictly amateur. Pipe the camera feed to your PDA. Your comlink screen springs to life, and you are suddenly viewing what must be the interior of the facility. 2 Renraku security officers are clustered around a wall panel that appears to be malfunctioning. This thing's been giving me trouble all week. The gas pressure control circuit's running 55 amps. Running at 100,000 volts. Anytime there's a glitch in the system, it shorts out. I don't know what to tell you. I ain't a mechanic. Ractor, can you make this blow that panel? No problem. Give me one moment and... there we have it. The panel explodes in a shower of pressurized gas and sparks, searing armor and burning exposed flesh. And I can't make it do it again. Dang. Into the warehouse. Yay. Okay. So there's some kind of gate over here blocking off this area. Two doors right there. And then there's all of this over here. Send a drone through the vent. As you barge into the office, the lone scientist within leaps back to cower against the desk he was working at. "Don't hurt me, please." A split second later, the scientist stands upright. An expression of profound shock spreads across his face, and he takes an involuntary half-step toward Gaichu. "Wait, it's you! Saru!" The man's amazement is apparent in his voice, which barely rises above a whisper. "Rinraku's management said you were dead, but I knew they were lying. But I didn't expect that you would be the one to answer my request. This is a good omen, my friend." Gaichu in turn seems just as surprised as the Rinraku employee. "Indeed, you were lied to. The shame the Red Samurai suffered due to their inability to kill me is undoubtedly something they wished to hide. I am glad to see that you are well, but I am no longer Saru. That code name is long gone. Now, I am Gaichu." "You know this man, Gaichu?" "Yes, his name is Tanjiro Sasaki. A senior researcher, he has served Rinraku for more than a decade." Gaichu smiles faintly, waving a hand toward Tanjiro. "Do you recall how I said I had guarded similar facilities? They were usually in service of protecting Tanjiro's projects." Tanjiro is slowly relaxing, although the tremors in his hands indicate that adrenaline is still thick in his blood. "It's true, and believe me, I can help you with what you're here for." "We're here for a few reasons." Tanjiro scowls. "Your fixer got the job because I've arranged this. Why do you think it was so easy to get here? You're here not just for the drone, but to fake someone's death. My death. If a group of heavily armed Shadowrunners break in here, it's completely believable that I would be killed in the process." Tanjiro lets out a heavy sigh and wipes his brow. "As of right now, I've suppressed the alarms. I can undo that, and once I've reached a safe distance, I will. The samurai will arrive just a moment too late to save the research, and me." So we've already helped you. What can you do for us?" "The Red Samurai team will rush to this building as soon as the alarms are released. I'll give you the code I wrote into my Overwatch program. Just use it on one of the security mainframes when you're ready. You'll have time to set up any ambush you like." Cradling his chin in one hand, Gaichu's eyes narrow. Typically, we would send the main force in through the front, leaving one team member aside to flank the opposition. It would be advantageous for us to isolate one of them and pick them off before the main force engages us. Tanjiro snaps his fingers suddenly, looking at Gaichu. You can use the quarantine room. It can be programmed to destroy contaminants, or apply lethal amounts of electricity. Regardless of which you pick, it should certainly kill anyone attempting to pass through it. Yes, that could work. Gaichu nods to you, expression bright. If we were to make the quarantine room look like the point of ingress, they would send at least one of the team there, while the main squad utilized standard routes, namely entering through the front door. Adol, we should let Tanjiro go. He has given us more than enough to accomplish the task at hand, and he is a friend of sorts. I would be sorry if any harm came to him. Why do I have the option of he's not leaving, he knows too much? Like, no, dead. Like, what's the point of that? Okay, get out of here, Tanjiro. Tanjiro bows low. Thank you. You have no idea what it's been like living under Rinraku's thumb. You're giving me the chance to start again, hopefully with a better life. He turns to face Gaichu, smiling faintly. And you. It's because of you that I found the strength to leave Rinraku. That they couldn't find or kill you was a sign that I could escape as well. I admired your tenacity, your drive. Thank you, Tanjiro. That means more to me than I think you know. Gaichu points towards the door. Go. They'll be coming for us soon enough. I want you to be well out of here when they arrive. Nodding, Tanjiro bolts toward the door. Looks like this terminal has an unguarded jack point. Oops. Oops. Yeah. Damn it. Cool. Irkin. You're welcome to irk all you like. Hee. If we bait the quarantine room, one of the team members will move through it to flank us. Since Tanjiro's program gives us access to their comm channels, we can choose who to draw in. The other three will enter through the front door. I can bait the quarantine room to draw in one of the samurai. They will split up, but they won't deviate from standard protocol very much. The remaining three will remain together. We have three choices. We can bring in Sasaki and eliminate her magical support. We could draw in Takagawa, or cut down on long-range sniper fire. Or we can draw in whoever the heavy gunner replacement is. We can only draw in one, however. Why not the captain? No, I need to face Ishida myself. This is a reckoning that has been years in coming. Gaichu waves a dismissive hand. Besides, the commander will never separate from the majority of the squad unless there is no other choice. Let's bait it for the heavy. The other two are flimsy. Ah. Thank you. Uh, yeah, let's bait it for the heavy. Take him out before he can do any damage. The terminal glows blankly, awaiting your command to unsuppress the alarm system and tap into the Red Samurai communications channel. Alright, Gaichu, your friends are inbound. Gaichu licks his lips in anticipation. Now they will learn what it is to face me in true combat. No more running. No more hiding. Tonight, we end this for good. Oh, wait, that's... I thought I was moving her, not him. Oh, that's fine then. That still works. Mm-hmm. You can? Okay, good, good. I figured that was what was being said. I just wanted to make certain. Oh, good. Thank you. J was a little close, but that's okay. We can repair. Ishida lies on the cold tile, gasping for breath. His armor is rent and tattered, but his eyes still burn with rage. He spits at Gaichu as you approach. Gaichu, honorless cur, I regret the day I ever began teaching you. You're truly depraved to kill your own brothers rather than submit to what is right. Gaichu, yes, that is my name, as everything of my old life has been taken from me. Gaichu lifts the tip of his sword, placing it squarely on Ishida's chest. What is honor if it is built on a lie? What is duty if the dogma behind it is corrupt? Narrowing his eyes, the red samurai presses his chest upward into the blade so that it begins to gouge his armor. What do you know of it, vermin? Every red samurai who has become subhuman has taken their life. Every one but you. You're a disgrace to the Order, and a disgrace to your people. Big words coming from a fascist. Gaichu bares his teeth in a wicked grin. For years you were taught that to be pure was to be powerful, that metahumans, the infected, and the deformed were to be scorned for their weakness. Yet here I stand, and there you lie, broken. You think a victory over Sasaki, Takagawa, and me makes you superior? Ha! Ishida's mouth twists into a cruel, sorrowful smile. You'll spend the rest of your useless days cowering in the darkness, eating the flesh of your betters. You're no better than an animal, skilled though you may be. Snarling in fury, Gaichu hurls his katana to the floor. He reaches out to grab Ishida by his collar, yanking him up so that their faces are only an inch apart. You said the Red Samurai were the best, the strongest, the most capable. Those who were non-human were unworthy of consideration. You told me that I would be better for having joined you. But it's a lie. I was infected, and I became better than I was. Your own blindness allowed me to escape. Blind to my skill, blind to the power of the impure. Gaichu lifts one hand, claws glittering in the pale warehouse light. His fingers splay out like an array of knives. I was not superior because I was a red samurai. I was red samurai because I was superior. I chose my own fate. I make my own destiny. The ghoul draws his hand back, jagged shark's teeth bared as he presses them to Ishida's ear. I will show you the strength of my disease, Ishida. I will make you like me, and you will be cast out just as I was. I survived and remained intelligent because I have the will to do so. Can you say as much? Reap what you sow, Ishida. Ishida's head falls back as he laughs, but the laughter turns to bloody coughing. You think I'll let you infect me, monster? I'll do what you were too weak to. I'll take my own life like the 47 Ronin of old. Such a foolish boy. Foolish? You underestimate me, old man. Gaichu drops Ishida, his head bouncing off the tiled floor with a sharp crack. After I cripple your arms, you will have no means to kill yourself. The disease will burn through you like a fire, consuming every inch of your humanity. At this, Ishida stiffens. His eyes go cold with resolution. Then we shall see, Gaichu. And if you are wrong, I shall meet you again in my next life, and try to teach you to do better. Hmm. This is between the two of you. Come, I will show you your own inner weakness. The sounds that follow are viscerally, intensely horrifying. The crunch of bone mates with the sound of wet flesh tearing under the pressure of jagged ghoul teeth. As a high counterpoint comes Ishida's screaming of horror and pain, and undoubtedly some measure of the terror of what Gaichu is doing to him. Eventually, Ishida passes out. Gaichu rises, wiping copious amounts of blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. It is accomplished. He is unconscious, but he will live. Let us be done with this. That was really short. The sun's rays paint Hong Kong's mountains in a palette of orange and gold as they speed by outside the train. With a final flash, the sun dips below the horizon, foretelling the inevitable descent into night. Gaichu is silent as you walk back to the MTR station. His body remains as tense as the cables on a suspension bridge, but his expression is triumphant. Ishida has been punished. All that awaits him is a slow descent into hunger and possibly madness. Sell the experimental Renraku drone. You send a quick email to Kindly Chung informing her of the drone you've recovered from Renraku. A few moments later, a message pops onto the screen. Brave of you to do side work without telling me. Or stupid, take your pick. Luckily, Auntie Chung knows plenty of buyers for your new toy. I'll send a finder's fee over to you right away. Pay data. Post the launch schedule. Claim payment for the museum shipping manifest. 432 million. It's a little bit. Right, this is all that. Okay. I'm feeling kind of hungry. 1 minute. There we go. I think I have a bonus to ranged combat or something. Top of the line shotgun for those who like big damage with an integral smart link system. Finally get to use my smart link. My data jack, my whatever it's called. Kidnap Rooster Low.
Be a safe SPT user. Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
A tangle of marine decorum, restless lights, and ambrosial scents mingle atop a floating quay. Quay. How is that pronounced? To accent the Shangri-La Aberdeen Harbor. To accent the Shangri-La, Aberdeen Harbor's premier dining location. With competitive views of the surrounding bay, the restaurant attracts a steady crowd of tourists and whooshing personnel. The primary money man for the 289s, Chung Sing Rooster Low, is enjoying a rare meal outside of Triad-held territory. Intel says he's set up in one of the restaurant's private dining rooms, but he's not alone. Rooster keeps a personal bodyguard, a notorious orc called the Talon, in addition to his regular security detail. You've seen photos of the Talon's handiwork, bodies so battered it's hard to tell where one bruise ends and the next begins. Your mission? Locate Rooster, extract him from the Shangri-La, and deliver him to your client alive. Simple, fast, low profile. Of course, even the simplest of runs can go sideways. Stepping into the anterior hallway of the Shangri-La, you're confronted by a massive wall of a troll, the restaurant's front door security. He speaks with surprising elocution. Welcome to the Shangri-La. We strive to provide our patrons with an exquisite dining experience. If you have any questions or require special accommodations, don't hesitate to speak with our staff. Looks like I've got my pick of tables. I'm sorry, but this is not a seat-yourself establishment. If you'd like to choose where you sit, I suggest you make a reservation for one of the private rooms upstairs. He looks you up and down, frowns. Please keep in mind that any disturbances will be promptly de-escalated by our security. We reserve the right to bar service to unruly patrons. Thank you and enjoy your meal. Thanks. A waitress swamped with orders is caught unaware by your approach. Oh, welcome to Shangri-La, sir. Our hostess will seat you as soon as she gets back. You're welcome to wait in the lounge. Itch. This will only take a second. A loud exhalation escapes through her nose, and her eyes dart toward the kitchen. She musters an empty smile and nods in false hospitality. Absolutely, sir. What is it you need? I'm looking for someone, a Mr. Lowe. He has a reservation here tonight. Sorry, I'm not familiar with that name. I'll bet a hard-working waitress like yourself is good with faces. You'd certainly remember this man. He travels with a big orc who's got a nasty scar on his cheek. She fiddles with her scratch pad and eyes the plenteous orders scrawled across its top page. After a moment of consideration, she speaks. I might know the orc, if he's who I'm thinking of. He only comes around a couple times a year. I've never served him, but I've heard he gets real pushy with the other waiters. Pushy, huh? Why's that? He's allergic to shellfish, I think. We get so many orders, sometimes mistakes are made. A hint of fear flashes across her face. I didn't just say that. I can assure you our service is second to none. She nervously peeks over her shoulder. Tell me where my friend's eating, and I won't mention your little indiscretion to a soul. No, I don't want to, twist her arm like that. Come on now, you must have heard where the orc and Mr. Lowe are eating, since you have to make sure allergy-related orders get to the right place. Sir, this is the Shangri-La. We have over 24 private dining rooms, in addition to our main dining floor. As I've already said, I serve out here. Your friend could be in any of our other rooms. Now, excuse me, I need to place these orders. Enjoy your meal. And with that, she wheels around and marches toward the kitchen. Henry. A well-dressed man sits alone at the bar, elbows propped atop the counter. His face is hard, eyes blank. He swirls the contents of his half-empty glass as if in a stupor. Between the swollen eyes and whiskey double, it isn't hard to guess his mood. As you approach, he rubs his temples and graces you with a lazy sideways glance, mumbles under his breath, "Yeah, not like I can dig myself any deeper." "Rough day?" "Hmm?" He looks at you again through dull, bloodshot eyes, but his gaze drifts elsewhere before returning to his drink. "Lost 2 contracts, missed a third, late for a meeting, and publicly shamed by my coworker. All during the 9 to 5. New record as far as I can tell." He takes a long pull from his glass, exhales. "At least I got that going for me." "How'd you lose your contracts?" "Wish I knew. One of them was almost a done deal, but for some reason the client suddenly changed their tune and the contract slipped away before I could officially close it. The other 2 contracts were for ongoing clients, people I'd worked with for years, but I somehow forgot about their annual renewal date and a more diligent coworker picked them up. I got no credit for the long-term partnership with those clients. If anything, I now look worse for losing them, even though I brought them into whooshing in the first place." He leans back and lets out a weary groan. His breath reeks of alcohol. "Sounds like too many coincidences to me. Think someone's working against you?" "You kidding me? Everyone's at each other's throat in this business." He drowns the rest of his he downs the rest of his drink, signals to the bartender. In a single movement, the bartender leans over and refills the glass. "Fair, but is there someone who would have benefited most from what's happened to you?" He considers this. "The newcomer, David." Henry nods his head toward a group at the end of the bar, an elf at its center. "Him. He came out of nowhere and has become a rock star with upper management. He's been making connections and deals like a whooshing veteran. Like me." "That's odd." "You're telling me. You want to know what I think?" He leans toward you, glassy eyes looking through you to who knows where. The scent of booze wafts off him. "I think he's got family connections, people in high places, and he's been using them to his advantage." He backs off and shrugs, rocking precariously on his chair. "I don't know. It's just a thought. Might be onto something." Henry grunts and stares into his glass. "No, no, just wishful thinking." "Well, I'm going to find out." David. Davy. David is all smiles. He's just finished a joke to the uproarious laughter of his party. "Hello, friend. Trying to get in on this joviality? You're welcome to join us for the next round." His words bleed into each other. This isn't his first drink. "What are we celebrating?" "My recent successes. Through some hard work and a little businessly persuasion," he winks at you knowingly, "I sealed 2 contracts and a third is on the way." "Well, I'll be. That's the exact amount of contracts Henry lost today." There's a natural ebb and flow within the business world. He tilts his glass from side to side. The liquid inside flows back and forth, almost, but never quite, spilling over the edge. "Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. I've had an up day. Truly sorry to hear that Henry is down. Seems like there's more at play here. David's smug expression drops. Excuse me? What are you implying? Your coworker over there lost 2 contracts today and is about to lose a third. Opposite of your situation, and on the very same day, too. Sounds mighty suspicious. Did Henry tell you I stole his contracts? That's illegal, you realize. He makes a disgusted sound, rolls his eyes. He's just angry that he didn't have the wits or motivation to keep those clients under his payroll. His words drip with condescension. Well, no, he never said you took his contracts illegally. David nods in response one too many times, his head full of drink. Right, right, so long as he isn't spreading any half-truths. His feet lock into place to control his swaying. He looks you straight in the eye. Say, you got any proof of this slander? It's more of a feeling. And quit ruining my celebration. Now get out of here before I sick security on you. Hey, Adol, these guys are right on the edge. Both blasted, one pissed off, the other, well, an asshole. One word and these guys will be throwing down. That happens loud enough. Security is bound to respond. Just a thought. Henry gazes into the tall drink in front of him. You came back. Hey, just talk to David. Hold on. I don't want to draw security in just yet. I'll be here. Sorry, sir, this area's off limits. And why's that? This is the Wuxing employee patio reserved for Wuxing's customers and their guests. General public's not admitted. Why don't you head back to your table? There's ample seating in the main dining room. What if I ask nicely? Will you let me through then? A corner of the guard's mouth cracks into a weak smile. Sorry, but not even the mighty please and thank you will help you here. A heady aroma of spices and sweat bombards your senses. As the cooks move through the kitchen, scents churn in their wake. Some sharp, some sweet, some altogether unfamiliar, but all delicious. The chef barks an order to his assistant, searing fish, then whirls around, muttering fervently to himself. He stops short once he notices you standing in his kitchen. I told them I needed an extra server, not a hobo. Shoo! He gestures toward the door and returns to tasting an array of sauces. The chef peers at you over a mountain of oysters. No guests in the kitchen. Out! Sorry to intrude, but I need to speak with the head chef. He grabs a towel off a nearby rack and wipes his hands, grumbling to himself. I'm head chef. I've little time to cook my food and even less for conversation. This will only take a minute. Just make it quick. You've got 60 seconds before I have to pull these prawns out of the boiler. I'm told one of tonight's guests has a shellfish allergy, a less than mild-mannered orc. Sound familiar? That's a polite way to put it. Gave two of my cooks broken ribs and a matching set of black eyes last time he stormed my kitchen. Yes, I know that orc. Got a shellfish allergy he's overly keen on hounding us about, as though this wasn't the top seafood restaurant in the sixth world. Right, so what would it take for him to wind up with a few shrimp in his meal tonight? What? He balks at your suggestion. After a moment's recovery, he looks straight at you, nostrils flared. You can't possibly be saying what I think you are. You want me to poison a diner? You're deranged. I'm calling security. Yeah, we already know he doesn't like the guy. Nobody likes the guy. The chef squares his shoulders and sucks in his breath. You have some gall walking into my kitchen and telling me how to make my food. I am a professional. Sure, diners can be dicks, they can be horrible, wretched, shit-eating bottom crawlers, but the very idea of poisoning one of them and soiling my name is disgusting. You have a problem with the Talon? Take it up with him yourself. Now get your craven ass out of here before I call for the guards. A list containing dozens of orders pops up. Only a handful are for the upper floor's private dining rooms. Floor 2, private room 3. Okay. Inside this file is a series of notes on guests and the restaurant's operations. You scroll through today's notes. Several servers have written about their concerns regarding tonight's lack of security, and a couple are frustrated with curious guests wandering up to the second floor's private dining rooms. The rest is useless information. Manager's notice. Nothing but your typical wage slave directives in here. There are a few mentions of curtailing recreational activities in storage rooms and on outer decks. One can only infer the meaning of said activities. Farther down, a note in red expressly warns that the special guest on floor 2 should be served by approved waitstaff only, and if the guest's orders are botched again, there will be significant and widespread consequences for all servers involved. A menu pops up with options to view or place orders. Following the menu is a dining room chart that's been broken down into server zones. A large comp button in the upper right hand corner has a lock icon over it. Seems people were being too liberal with the free drinks. Unfortunately, it looks like you need a server's code to place an order. Dang. Uh, I'm going to reload that save. Maybe it'll go better if I bribe the guy. Let's see where this takes me. Do you have any idea how many orders I prepare? I don't know where they go. I cook them, place them on this counter, and they disappear. Only time I care about who ordered what is if the dish is sent back with a complaint. Okay, then yeah. Then yeah, this. Mistakes happen. Bribe. The chef nervously wrings his towel between his hands, stares at the sumptuous plates of food waiting to be eaten. A glance over his shoulders, a shake of his head, and he smiles, a small wry thing. You know, he never appreciated our cuisine, our art. I think a special thanks is in order. See yourself out, won't you? Sure, thank you. Hey, just talked to David. From what he said, it sounds like he stole your clients. What? What do you mean? Henry's fresh gulp of inebriation erupts across the countertop. He 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 looks at you, incredulous. It's like you said, he used his contacts, his family, to acquire your clients. That cheating. What follows is a long string of slurs, some of which you've never heard before. Whether they're whether they're real or the incomprehensible babble of a drunk man is unknown. Bastard! The word punctuates his tirade with an air of finality. His bar stool screeches as he jumps up from his seat and marches toward David. Henry and David stand inches from one another, both men wearing the fiercest expressions they can muster. Their hatred is almost palpable. How their confrontation will play out is unclear, but one thing is certain: you have a great seat. Thank you. Henry stabs a finger into David's chest and speaks in a low hiss. You stole my business, and I know it. You might have picked this fight, but I'm gonna win it. Fair and effing square. Show you how those with integrity operate, you cheat. David's mouth eases into a contented smirk. You want to lose face twice in one day? I'm happy to oblige, but not in here. I'll be damned if the Shangri-La bans me for thrashing a worthless crap stain like you on their property. Let's finish this outside. Now. Fine, but don't think that this'll give you any sort of advantage. It only means I won't have to hold back. Let's go. The gnarled bar stool offers little in the way of comfort. A quick look around reveals the disparity between the restaurant proper and the bar, the latter of which appears neglected in comparison to the pristine dining room. Old, dried drink rings dapple the counter's uneven surface, and angry scratches run down its length. But you've got time to kill before Rooster arrives, and this is as good a spot as any to wait. The minutes tick away as you mull over a cold one. Rooster should be here any time now. An alarmed waiter in a tousled uniform stumbles into the kitchen. Chef, we have a problem. A big problem. Cut the drama, Cork Mage. We're working here. We've got a fight out front in a sick diner, and you're still here glazing dumplings? Our second floor guest is pissed. His head of security's spewing up prawns and looking for someone to blame. Better brace yourself for a mouthful of fists. A howl and several thumps catch the cooking staff's attention. Apprehensive glances are tossed around the kitchen, and their fear abruptly confirmed as a huge orc bursts into the room. The jagged scar on the orc's cheek matches your client's description of the Talon. Or it would if the Talon's face weren't a lumpy, swollen, seeping mess. The Talon's face flushes in anger, or perhaps as a side effect of his allergy, and he raises a knobby finger to the room. What is wrong with this place? His swollen lips spit more saliva than sounds. Excuse me, sir, you're holding the kitchen up. If you have any questions or concerns, speak to our host up front. He rounds on the chef, shoulders raised in disbelief. I've got a concern, all right. A concern regarding this shithouse you call a restaurant. His voice booms. This is the third time you slopheads have screwed up my order. If I'm regularly forced to choke down your garbage, I expect at the least some substitutions to be followed. No shellfish. Get it right, or next time someone's going to end up a whole lot worse than maimed. Duncan turns to you, eyebrows raised. And you call me short-fused. Maybe now you'll think twice before ragging on me when things heat up. Oh no, I'll never stop ragging on you, Duncan. Hey, if the Talon's down here, that means he's left the upstairs room unguarded. You're right, let's go while he's distracted. Inside the private dining room, you're immediately greeted by the piercing stare of two massive dragon statues. The flickering lights are just bright enough to illuminate their bronze bodies, the effect an eerie illusion of slithering scales. Across the room stands your target, Chung Sing Rooster Low, hands trembling at his sides. A single anxious guard stands near the door. Something has them on edge. The Talon is missing. Sweat drips down Rooster's gaunt face. His eyes dart back and forth across the room, trying to size you up, assess the situation. Without support, he appears nothing more than a trapped rooster who, without his talons, is defenseless. In an effort to invoke a sense of authority, he raises his voice. Who are you? What do you want? I've come to deliver you to my client, Mr. Lowe. Don't worry, they specified that you are not to be harmed. Joe, where's the Talon? Where's the rest of my security? A second passes while his eyes scour the room looking for someone, anyone, to come to his aid. Never you mind. Just get this street tramp out of here. Yes, sir. No Talon, no backup, all alone? You must really like your boss. He glances at Rooster. Not exactly, no. He begins to slowly back toward the door. Fact, you can have him. Good boy. No, wait. Wait. Spare my life, I beg you. Please. Drops of spit spatter from his mouth, his desperation obvious. Stop that. I'm here to take you alive. Don't make me change my mind. Listen, Seattle, we may have Rooster, but these stiffs were probably just a handful of his guards. He could have more downstairs. We can't leave the same way we came in. If we're going to get out of here in one piece, we need to find a new exit route. And I'm betting this chicken guy knows one. I bet you're right. Let's ask. Rooster's teeth are clattering inside his head. His frame shakes uncontrollably. The realization that he's at your mercy, with no one left to defend him, is setting in. Well, Mr. Lowe, mind pointing us to the exit? Rooster stammers incoherently for a moment, but his words soon catch up with him. It's just outside of this room, to the right. But it's locked. And you have the key, don't you? He blinks, confused, his shocked mind slowly processing your implication. Yes, I do. He reaches into his coat pocket and withdraws a small key. I'll take that. Oh, hey. I can look in here now. Talk to fish? A monolithic, extravagant aquarium dominates the restaurant's lounge. Awakened sea anemones open and close along the tank's rocky bottom, unfurling to reveal a riotous explosion of color. It's like a natural fireworks display. In the upper reaches of the tank, multicolored fish of all shapes and descriptions circle and swarm. Schools of tiny prawns dart in and out of the rocks as skate-like things the size of koi glide through the water above them. Something like a lionfish made of bronze beats its frilly tail, causing shafts of light to reflect and refract through the water. Some of the animals in this tank must be exceedingly rare and expensive. Grab some fish? No, they're not going to be expensive dead. Your comlink clicks, a burst of static, then the sound clears to reveal a soft voice. Adol the Red, is this your channel? Sure is. Name's Pei Lon. I'm your getaway driver. We have details to discuss, but let's keep it brief. Time's ticking. Another burst of static, and Pei Lon continues. I'm at the loading dock across the bridge from the restaurant's main entrance. Big ol' schooner, can't miss me. But neither will the HKPF, whom I've just learned are on their way here in response to a security call. This ought to be fun. One last thing. I may be the driver, but this ain't my rig. Door's locked and I don't know the code. You may have to break in. Good luck. Get moving. A click and your comlink fills with static. Pei Lon is gone. A pair of triad gangsters block your path. Men, help me! The words start pouring out of Rooster's mouth so quickly that they blur together. You free me, get me away from here, and I guarantee you'll be rewarded. New Yen, favors, power, whatever you want. The two guards exchange a look, then turn back to Rooster, smiling. Actually, we're liking the position we're in now, you begging at our feet. The idea that maybe once you're gone, we can move up the chain. You know, Rocco here's plenty qualified to take your seat. In fact, we might as well make sure you don't make it out of here alive. Rooster looks up at them, irate. His fury fizzles upon spotting the thug's various and ample gutlery. No! Why, I can make you rich! Easy there, let's not make this a scene. We go our way, you go yours. The gangster looks you over. No ink, no suits. You one of them runners? Shit, a runner? Don't let him take off with Rooster. He reaches for his weapon. Get him! Before you looms a formidable cast iron door. It's locked, your means of escape just behind it. You notice a keypad mounted on the wall, but you have no key code. A quick scan reveals a potential weak spot in the door's hinges. You have a feeling you can get through, but it's going to take a while. Have Isabel hack the keypad. Isabel cautiously steps forward, her eyes fixed on the keypad. Watch my back. She jacks into the device and starts cracking its code. The Talon bursts out of the Shangri-La, nearly tearing the doors from their hinges. Despite the fleshy lumps that have transformed his face into an unreadable swollen mess, his rage is clear. At the sight of the Talon, you see Rooster's body relax. His voice cracks. Talon, I'm over here! I've got weapons trained on me. Can't move. Save me and we'll get out of here. Take this incident straight to the top. They'll herald our survival. Reward us. Through leaking eyes, the Talon homes in on Rooster. You little shit, dragging me to this restaurant over and over, making me eat filth or watch you stuff your goddamn face full of it. And now here you are turned traitor in blink. Rooster is trembling with fear, or anger, or both. He raises a shaky finger and points it at the Talon. You can't speak to me that way. You're beneath me. I'm still a red pole. And when the Triad comes for me, I'll see you flayed for those words. Ha! The laugh punches the air. Talon's lips curve into a clumsy smile, eyes gleaming. You won't get shit from the 289s. In fact, if your new allies don't gut you, the Triad will. Make sure you don't go squawking to anybody about high-level plans or secrets or whatever. A flea like you won't last the night. Rooster's fake bravado melts away. Eyes wide, he looks desperately around him, trapped like a mouse in a snake's coil. Enemies on each side. His voice is small, pleading. Talon! Johnny! Please! Please help me! It wasn't all bad, right? We had some good runs. You remember? Panic shakes him. I had no choice, Johnny. I was forced to surrender. But if you can help me, get me out of here, I can see to it that you're rewarded, even promoted. How would you like that? Without hesitation, the Talon takes a step forward and spits on the ground. To hell with you, you spineless bit pusher. I'll bet you didn't even put up a fight, just rolled over and played the captive. Coward. I'm going to enjoy planting a bullet in your soft, worthless skull. He readies his weapon. Oh boy. Nice. The boat sways languidly atop the water. Insulated walls stifle outside noises as if the chaos just beyond the door belonged to another world. Its interior is cramped, made smaller by maritime equipment protruding from the walls. The scent of sea and moldering wood dominates your senses, ripened from years of perfunctory cleaning. Finally, a safe place to rest. Rooster flinches at your approach. When he speaks, he tries to sound confident, but his voice cracks. The 289s are going to gem you up for this. Doubt it. With you out of the way, someone's probably nabbed your job by now. You heard the man. If you know what's good for you, you'll clap your trap, chicken man. She grunts in frustration. Can this schooner go any slower? I want to get paid already. There's a cinnamon bun stall in Kai Tak with my name on it. Hang in there. The boat heaves and pitches over the bay as your driver plows through the choppy waves to the drop-off point, leaving the Shangri-La restaurant far behind. Inside, restlessness fills the cabin. You finished the job. The extraction was a success, and now your client awaits his prize, the Triad Red Pole Rooster. It wasn't easy. It should have been. It would have been, if that damned Talon hadn't mangled your plans with his visceral determination. But even a streets-forged orc like the Talon could be stricken down. With the Talon dead, your escape from the restaurant to the getaway boat was made smoother. Well, as smooth as wading through a small army of triads and skirting the HKPF dragnet could be. Luckily, Rooster got through the pursuit unharmed, and with the Talon now permanently out of commission, you might earn a few extra new yen from your client. All in all, a good run. All right. All that's left is Dreamland. Claim payment. Client is pleased with how you handled the situation. The client is pleased with how you handled the situation. Rooster Lowe has been very contrite and forthcoming, due in no small part to the violence with which you handled the opposition. You've even earned a little extra for taking out the Talon. Your payment is attached. And no new pay data, but there is this, worth 540. No new posts. Back. The dim cabin's air is thick with the pungency of incense. A small rudely constructed altar sits near Gaichu's box of mementos. It consists of a wooden box, a few trinkets, and a bowl for burning incense. Gaichu himself is polishing his sword again. He runs a claw along the length of the blade, feeling it and listening for nicks and dents. Good evening, Adol the Red. A fine evening, isn't it? He puts the sword aside and smiles in your general direction. What can I do for you? I sort of assumed you'd want to talk about what happened with your team. Of course I have thoughts about it, but why would I burden you or anyone else with them? If you would like to talk about it, then we may, by all means. I am a private person by nature, however. This is why I did not seek you out to speak on it. Of course I want to talk about it. Are you okay? A curious question. Am I all right? I, the one who survived, who has now shed his old life entirely, who no longer needs worry about assassins on his heels. Yes, I am more than all right. I am free. The team is all dead, save for Ishida. He will know what it's like to feel the disease burn through his brain, stripping logic and artistry and leaving only hunger in its wake. When it is done, I am certain he will be an animal, while I remain whatever it is that I am. Gaichu, but one that may speak and act as a free being. Gaichu grins thinly, cradling his chin in one hand. There is some poetic justice in this, I feel. His claims of my weakness mirrored by his own descent into feral madness. And yet here I am, one with enough willpower to survive and prosper despite my ill fortune. It was her choice. As long as you stand by it, that's what matters. Thank you for understanding that. The ability to choose consciously is what sets me apart from other ghouls. Understand, Ishida was a product of the same training that shaped me, but unlike me, he has never had the training proven wrong. He always believed he was the strongest, the best, and that he was unbeatable by lesser creatures. He would never have learned. His xenophobia and arrogance would have ruled him his entire life. Men like Ishida are the reason that Japan refuses to accept the awakening as a natural affair and ships metahumans to Yomi Island. I was taught that people like Duncan, Gobbet, and Isabel are subhuman, yet I have seen what they can accomplish, and I am impressed. Has it changed your outlook on life? Yes. Yes, I think it has. My lesson to Ishida should not end with him. If becoming a ghoul has allowed me to prosper and become stronger, surely I should hone my instincts just as my training honed my sword. Surely I should hone my instincts just as my training honed my swordsmanship. If I can apply the same focus to my new nature as I did to my skills in combat, I am certain I can prove that to be a ghoul is only to be different, not lesser. I knew this before, logically, but I did not feel it. To know and feel are different things entirely. Regardless, Ishida's sword is now mine. It is a newer blade than my own, and appears to be made with some manner of enhanced decote process along the tungsten carbide edge. He lifts the katana, running one claw down the back of the blade. I have noticed a marked improvement in my speed when using it, particularly with follow-through moves. Should an enemy fall to this sword, I will be able to reposition much more rapidly. Do you regret having to kill your unit? Gaichu cocks his head as he ponders this. After a long moment, he shakes his head. No, I do not believe I do. We were locked in a dance that could only end with my death or theirs. We chose that path, consciously or not, and I am unwilling to die so that they could live. I value my life, even changed as it is. Their insistence on following the strictures of their duty ensured this end, just as surely as my refusal to die did. I regret only that circumstance and training led us to this point. They were still family to me, even at the end. But if your family turned on you and tried to kill you, you would still defend yourself. What will you do now? Gaichu recoils, expression one of rank incredulity. Surely you are joking with me. I will stay here and aid you in your endeavors. I have no other life to turn to, nor anyone else to call friend. As you have aided me, so too will I aid you. This life in the shadows is the most free and open I have ever felt. I have no desire to go or do anything else. Perhaps later I will, but not anytime soon. What did you think of that last mission? Oh. Have a good night, Gaichu. And the same to you, my friend. Welcome back. Can we go back to what we were talking about before? Yes, of course. Ask away. I think that's the exact same spot that I left off on before. I think I'm out of stuff to talk with him. To talk about with him. Which makes sense, I'm at the end of the game. Actually, it wasn't bad. Reminded me a little of doing undercover work for the Star. We got to go to a fancy restaurant, do some legwork, blend in, and then take a bad son of a bitch into custody and motor off in a speedboat. He smiles wistfully. Made me feel a little like Detective Dirk Chappell from Bounty Hawks. You ever watch that old show on the Trid? Didn't that get canceled about a season in? The network didn't give it a chance. Kept airing the episodes out of order and moving the time slot around. He shakes his head sadly. It should have had a longer run. Anyway, in all seriousness, it went about as well as I can imagine any run going. We got Talon out of the way, and that's good. Don't need a bad son of a bitch like that coming back after us later. I don't know, Adol. Doesn't always feel right taking people out like that, but it definitely feels like the smart thing to do. Anytime. This isn't helping. The Avatar frowns down on you, a look of supreme disillusionment on its face. I'm decking. I'm in my safe space. And it doesn't help. The memories are just as painful here as they are in the real world. Your memories are a part of you. Decking doesn't make you leave that behind. No, I guess that it doesn't. White plumes of static flow from the Avatar's fists. She's shaking. It effing should, though. I can't handle not having a way to escape from this. So what are you going to do about it? I don't know, okay? I just don't. You know what? Hang on. The Avatar winks off the screen and the terminal powers down. Isabel's body shudders, a familiar tremor. Her consciousness is flooding back out of the Matrix and into her meat. Her eyes flutter and she takes a sharp breath. Slowly, shakily, she rises from her perch on the floor. You're here with more questions, right? She coughs into the crook of her arm, wipes her nose with her sleeve. I'm sure that you are. Why else would you be bothering me? So spit them out and I'll go digging around in that cesspit that I call a memory. Who knows, maybe we'll find a clue. I know you're hurting, Isabel. If venting helps, go ahead. She takes a deep breath, makes a visible effort to calm herself. No, that wasn't like me. This isn't the person that I want to be. I'll be okay. I can handle this. Just ask me your questions, okay? Let's get this ball rolling. Any thoughts about that last run? Pretty simple, all things considered. Get in, nab the guy, get out. Can't say that I've taken many jobs that straightforward. There's also something kind of refreshing to having the upper hand over a triad red pole, even if he's from a small-time outfit like the 289s. It was fun, I'll admit it. I'm also glad to have been able to put down the Talon. I knew a lot of people like that back in the walled city, the kind of psychotic bullies that would torture protection racket victims even if they were going to pay, just to prove who was in charge. I owe that kind of people a world of hurt. Anything else you wanted to know? Can I ask anything about the walled city? Okay, yeah. Gobbet told me about your escape from the walled city, just like you said she would. Yeah? I'm not surprised. Why are you telling me about it? Because I want to get your side of the story. She sighs. All right, fine, if that's what you want. The walled city was a hellhole, you already know that. But for all its failings, it was a good teacher. It taught me to hide, to stay small and unnoticed and insulated, to survive. It taught me that the fish on the perimeter of the school get eaten, that sticking your neck out is a fool's errand, but that even fools can have their uses. It also taught me to recognize a stronger person when I met one, and how to use that strength for my own benefit. So when I met Gobbet, I knew that she had something I didn't. Her magic, you mean? She nods. And her connection to Rat, and her willingness to risk her own neck on a whim. We were different people then. Still are now, but the differences were even more pronounced when we were kids. Care to elaborate on that? Gobbet was playful and carefree. She could hold her own in a scrape, but she mostly saw life as a game. As for me, well, I knew that it wasn't. I couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 at the time, but even at that age, I saw Gobbet for what she represented, what she could be. And what was that? My own personal road out of the walled city. A path to freedom disguised as a little girl with dreadlocks. And as it turned out, I was right. She pauses, her eyes flit to the ground, and she tightens her hands into fists. Ever since I unlocked these damned memories, I can't go 10 minutes without thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't followed Gobbet out of that place. It's like a vicious cycle running over and over in my head. I hate it, but it won't stop. I feel guilty. You needed help and you took it. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Gives me another reason to feel grateful to her, I guess. That's something. I've always known that I owed Gobbet, but now I remember how much and why. Anyway, that's my side of the story. I hope that satisfied your curiosity. Now let's move on. Gobbet said that you didn't want her to guide your parents out of the walled city, that you wanted them left behind. She nods miserably. Yes, but not for anything that they'd done. My parents were good people. They fled Somalia to try and find a better life for their children. It wasn't their fault that they wound up in the walled city. I wanted them left behind for me. What do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious? She taps her temple. This. I knew what I was going to have done. I'd planned it well in advance. After I got out, I was going to find someone who could make my childhood go away. How would that have stuck if my parents were around? If I had a living reminder right there next to me? It wouldn't have, so they had to stay. You were just a kid. I probably would have made the same decision in your shoes. Yeah, you probably would have. And for what it's worth, I was sure they'd be fine. They were my parents. Grown-ups. They'd be all right. She heaves a sigh. Before you ask, I checked. They're gone now. I can't go riding to their rescue. I made a decision when I was a kid. It felt like the right one at the time, and now I have to live with it. Such is life. It wasn't always. Until very recently, I couldn't remember any of this. Now, let's change the subject, okay? Anything else would be fine. Why did you have your memories locked away? Why do you think? They were awful, traumatic. I'm not talking about personal trauma here. I was fortunate enough to avoid the fates of many of my peers. I didn't get pressed into service in a brothel. The organ leggers didn't get me. I only had to watch one of my siblings die. She frowns. So yeah, it could have been worse. But that doesn't make an early life in the walled city any easier to bear. Hang on, you watched one of your siblings die? She nods. Yes, my older brother, Kabadale. Heroin overdose. He was 19, almost the same age that I am now. Sorry you had to watch that. Me too. Want to hear something awful? I almost envied him. He got out easy compared to a lot of people who die in the walled city. There was no evidence. He wasn't taken by organ leggers or gunned down by the triads. He just put a spike in his arm, pressed the plunger, and stopped breathing. Quick and easy. I'm sorry. Don't be. His death was a lesson, and I did my best to learn from it. Everything that happened in my childhood was that way, a lesson in disguise. Lessons about impermanence and the random cruelty of life. Lessons about what a huge mistake it is to get attached, and how to prioritize your own survival no matter what. I learned some of the same lessons when I was a kid. She nods. I know. We all carry the same scars. You and me and Gunshow and Gobbet. Some run bigger and deeper than others, but we've all got them. Her voice goes small. I don't want mine anymore. Abruptly, she turns away. And that's enough of that. Ask me something else, Adol. I don't want to talk about this anymore. That's all for now. Be well. Hey again, did you need something? Damn it. I've never had a chance to go to Shangri-La before. Too ritzy for a little street rat like me. And you know what? I'm kinda okay with that. All those stuffed shirts and fancy food are nice, but give me a cheap corner stall any day. I did pocket some of their silverware, though. And a teapot. The Talon was a real piece of work. Glad to see that guy put in the ground. He made my skin crawl, like he was the kind of guy who'd torture animals for fun. Even the 289s seemed a little scared of him. I doubt anybody's going to shed tears over him for too long. So what else did you want to chat about? Nothing else? All right. I guess it's time to, commence the end. Spend my money. Close combat up to 7. That should let me take any of those weapons there. And I'm going to look something up in a wiki before I buy them, because those 3 melee weapons are so close to each other, so similar, that I'm not really sure what to make of them. And actually, with 4 more, let's go ahead and take another level of shotgun. Oh wait, I only have 2308. That might not be enough to afford. Yeah, it's not. I can sell these low-level elemental fetishes. Dang, still 1,000 short. Okay, well, maybe this will be a multi-part mission, and I'll be able to come back here to get something. Like, get some money, come back here. I don't know. Go meet with Dreamland. Go meet with Dreamland and see what she knows. The tenement that Dreamland lives in smells of mold and desperation. The people living here are the kind who don't want to be found. Okay, this is the right place, Adol. Amelie should be in the first apartment. Is she dangerous? She shouldn't be. Amelie's a Decker, yes, but she's really more into programming than she is violence. Her handle is Dreamland, after all. She quit running last year, something about some sort of activist activity that she used to be into, and a bunch of big money execs who were holding a grudge. Amelie's from Berlin, but she moved to Hong Kong after the F state collapsed. The Schockwellenreiter, that's the group that she worked for, were supposed to protect her, but they've got their own problems to deal with now. I guess that she decided she'd be safer on her own. I heard about the fall of the F state. Sounded like chaos. That's what I heard too. An experiment in sustained institutional anarchy? Great environment for a Shadowrunner, but it ended up just like communism did. Another pipe dream. The German government gave the corporations the go-ahead to invade, and they forced the anarchists to retreat to the eastern part of the city. Now Berlin's run by the corps, just like Hong Kong. I bet they wind up building a wall again. Wouldn't put it past them. Anything we should know before we talk to Dreamland? No clue, really. I've never met her in meat space. Just be your charming self, I guess. I'm sure that everything will work out just fine. The apartment is no better than the hallway. Empty fast food cups and packages of dried snack food are strewn about the room. In the corner, a box of cat litter sits filled to overflowing. You don't see any cats. There's a patched-together matrix terminal sitting on a stack of crates connected to a banged-up cyber deck. Within arm's reach of the cyber deck is a 20-something woman with pale white skin, dirty blonde hair, and a bleak expression. Amelie looks at the deck slung across Isabel's back. So, you're Isabel, huh? I didn't expect... A dwarf? Isabel coughs nervously. Yeah, I get that a lot. No, I didn't expect you to be so pretty. The woman has a soft German accent and a dour disposition. I should never have agreed to this, Isabel, she groans. I should never have even responded to your message. If the oligarch swine who've been hunting me find out where I am... They won't find out from us. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Amelie searches your eyes with her own. You can see the intelligence in there, but it's hard to get past her sullen manner. This is the man I told you about. He needs the software that you developed to inhibit your cortical implant. He needs what? Her tone is sharp. Her eyes flash daggers at Isabel. I don't think I should be getting into this. I need your help, Amelie. That's great, Adol. Now go away. I got my own problems to deal with. She pulls out a near-empty pack of German cigarettes and lights the last one. In case you're not up on current events, I've got a kick line of mercs and bounty hunters after me, messing around with headwear that the Schockwellenreiter installed in me is the last thing on my mind. Look, this is important. I need the software you created so I can find out what happens to my father. Your father, huh? Sounds rough. Is he dead? My brother doesn't think so. She nods knowingly. But you're not so sure, huh? Raw deal. She considers for a moment. Okay, give me a minute. Amelie grabs her cyber deck and jacks into it. Her jaw goes slack and her fingers hover over the keyboard, tapping keys at a blinding speed. When she finishes, she jacks out and ejects a data stick from the deck. Here. She hands you the stick and a taser gun with masking tape wrapped around the grip. Modify this taser with it and use it on your target. The jolt should stop the memory wipe process before it starts. Yeah, I'll give her some money. Here's a little something for the effort. Thanks. It'll help. She sighs. I wish every problem was that easy to solve. Custom-made weapon, usable at mid-range, deactivates the target's neural wipe and leaves them stunned. The effect takes 3 rounds to sedate the target. Okay, well, I actually came back from that with less money than I went in with. So go to Shetkip May and acquire the plastic-faced man's itinerary. Let's have a decker, a rigger,
Be a safe escalator user. Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
and a security specialist.
Be a safe escalator user. Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
Yes, I must bring the neural inhibitor. I can do that on the next screen. Why? Okay, fine. I guess I have to go. Unless I can do that from here. Isabel has modied a Modied? Brain? Why? Isabel has modified a taser to introduce Dreamland's cortical inhibitor program into the plastic faced man's neural network. That should stop his headwear from completing a memory wipe and allow you to interrogate him for information about Raymond Black. But first, you'll need to find him. Kindly Chung's made contact with an underground information broker named Xiao Ji, who has managed to obtain the plastic faced man's complete itinerary. With it, you can choose the time and place to perform an extraction and find out what he knows. Xiao Ji works out of an abandoned night market in Shek Kip Mei, the Xing House Court. Wait, why do I have an additional deck? Oh, Isabel has a new deck. Cool. Oh, and I can sell that one for 1,000, which is almost enough to get me one of those new weapons. Well, let's see how this goes. The Emporium. Oh, he's familiar. Oh, I know I got what you need. As soon as you walked in that door, I was thinking, I know exactly what that man is looking for. No doubts, no questions. It's you. You are that man, the one with the need, the hunger. Now, what brings you in to Zack's fine emporium of exotic potables? Wait, I thought you already knew. You look like the type who wants some jazz, some kamikaze, some cram, real heavy stuff. I'm not in that business anymore. I'm all about the mellow, relaxing world. It's crazy out there these days. Got any harsh goods right now? You seem like a good customer. Yeah, my buddy dropped this off earlier. Should probably unload it soon. Don't usually carry this kind of thing. Take a look. Shotgun that shreds armor. That's pretty cool. But nah. Remember Zach for all your tranquil needs. Namaste. Top floor. Boss is in the back. Go on through. I have no reason to suspect anything for a passcode on that. Nerps. The dwarf is the queen of her little hive, a nattering swarm of snitches, stoolies, and spies. Avarice gleams in her eyes. They dart around you, taking in morsels of information so quickly they appear to vibrate. She mumbles little mnemonic rhymes to herself as she tags and labels you all. Ah, yes, new on the scene runner, ate all the red. She rocks in place, humming a soft reply to herself. My friend in Hayoi said you'd be coming to see me. I have a friend too. And she says you're the one to see about finding Li Tai Lung. Oh, yes, I am. I definitely am. Xiaoji's eyes widen. Xiaoju's eyes widen with the joy of her job, and she hums her little hum. Very timely intel, very timely. I have his complete up-to-the-minute itinerary, where he'll be, who he'll be with, security coverage, the deluxe dackage. Typo. How much for this deluxe dackage? Now let's flatter her some first. You must be very good at your job. Xiaoju's expression oozes with cunning. You are very kind to say so. Yes, very, very kind. Unfortunately, I don't believe we can transact business today. I received another offer, a better offer, to take it off the market, just before you arrived. From who? Li Tai Lung's client. I believe you know the company. She fumbles with her fingers a bit. Feel really bad about this, but the offer was too good to pass up. Way too good. You don't want to work with Josephine Sang. That's the thing, Adolda Red. I do. Attaching myself to her is smart. Very smart. No, I didn't. That didn't pop up on the thing. Oh, well, thank you so much whenever that was. Thank you, Estania. I do appreciate that. If I mouse over, does it give me 5 minutes ago? Okay, so that's still pretty recent. Thank you so much. $5 months. Heck yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Tsang's big in Hong Kong and getting bigger. She's already on the executive council and is a frontrunner for the next chairperson position. Xiaoju fumbles with her fingers a bit more. She can't make eye contact with you. And all I need to do is make sure you don't walk out of here alive. Ambush! We'll move into cover first. And yup. Yup. she already go through the door panel? Or through the door there? Xiaoju left her computer unlocked. She plugs her deck into it and scans the screen. She has the plastic-faced man's complete itinerary. This will tell us everywhere he's going to be for the next 24 hours. We have the upper hand here. Let's play it safe and keep it that way. Sounds good to me. She pauses, accesses a few files, does some searches. First, the bad news. He's got a security detail that drives him from place to place. 6 corporate agents plus the driver. Anytime he's on the move, he's in a reinforced bulletproof limo. He's also got a personal bodyguard that's with him at all times. But there are some windows of opportunity we can take advantage of. When he's going someplace, they drop him off and leave him in the hands of local security, if any. The bodyguard stays behind, but the other 6 guards stay with the driver. The detail itself is shared by a few executives, so they will be with someone else until his next pickup time. The convoys are on a schedule managed by the master system at Sang HQ. Okay, I've got 3 good leads here. I think we can run an extraction on any one of these. Number 1, the parking garage at Central Plaza. He's there for a meeting in an hour. We can grab him on the way out. It's still secured corporate property, so there will be resistance, but it's the weakest out of the corporate properties he visits. Plus side, there won't be any civilians. Access is limited, and he's listed as a VIP in their system. Not bad, enclosed space means he can't run. Interesting. Next lead. Next one is a bit personal. Mr. Plastic has a mistress, visits her twice a week. Today's the day. He'll be at the Fa Yuen Tower building. The Fa Yuen Tower building for 2 hours. It's not corporate property, but it is privately owned. The management company has a security contract on it, so it's likely we'll have a fight on our hands trying to get out of there with him in tow. It'll be less crowded than the parking garage, but the lady might complicate things. Better than the last one, but security on a building like the Fa Yuen Tower is still no joke. And door number 3, what's behind it? We have to grab him before he gets home tonight. Once he's home, we're screwed. He's staying in the Tsang Executive Arcology, guarded 24/7 by corporate security and 2 blocks from the HKPF HQ. The final location we could grab him is his last stop for the evening. It's a locally owned public Simpsons theater, a hole in the wall that specializes in underground horror flicks. He's there for an hour and 45 minutes, and his security detail will be all the way across town to pick someone else up. We'll probably have to deal with local police only, but this is a public theater. It's going to be packed with regular people just trying to take in a movie. Any thoughts, Duncan? Garage is my pick. Cars in the garage will provide cover, limited entrances and exits to worry about reinforcements. Small amount of collateral damage. The Simpsons parlor and the apartment are going to end in blood. Maybe less of our blood, but more of someone else's. I don't want that on my head. What's your choice, Isabel? The parking garage. It's a compromise. I think the benefits outweigh the downsides, but it will be a straight fight the whole way through. Ractor, ever had to do anything like this? The parking garage is a bad idea, unless we have time to procure some C6 explosives to make our own way out when we get cornered. Too much concrete, too many men to die for their masters. I would go to the Simpsons Theater. It's a soft target, best odds of success. Hmm. Honestly, we can probably handle the parking garage. Okay, the call is made. We go with the middle ground. Hmm. Person that was in here is gone now. I'm going to look up that key code. I didn't bring anybody who can assense for me, but it's because she escaped. Head to the parking garage to capture Li Tai Lung, the plastic-faced man. Back up and head out. Come on, let me do the thing. Or not, I guess. Oh boy. Go. go. The neural inhibitor device seems to be working. Let's get this guy to a secure location and get some answers out of him. I'll calm the crew and have them meet us. Can't wait to find out what he knows. The crew is silent as you lead your captive to the rooftop rendezvous you designated before the run. Just as you planned, you find the others waiting there for you. Li Tai-lung's artificial features are molded into an expression of aloof intellect and mocking rigidity. The plastic that makes up his face is soft, flexing with the motion of his underlying musculature. Overlapping wafers of silver and bronze foil buried inside the material catch the light as he moves. It's the work of a master craftsman, cyberware as a form of modern art, likely commissioned at modern art prices, an ostentatious display of status and wealth. The plastic-faced man examines the zip ties that bind his wrists with an expression of detached amusement. Isabel runs a long cable from her PDA to the jack in the back of his head and nods at you. Well, this is interesting, I must say. He chuckles, an odd, hollow sound. I don't recall ever having been in this situation before. Usually I simply awaken to find myself in a strange new environment, wondering what happened. Odd way to live, don't you think? It's not hard to get used to, really. It's my business, after all. It protects me, and it protects my clients. Ow. It's way back at the back of my nose. He surveys your crew with detached indifference. Looking at the lot of you, I think it's safe to assume that a violent extraction of information is the next order of business. Oh, you can bank on that, asshole. Wu focuses his attention on the plastic-faced man's kneecaps. So, you chose to take me in an empty parking garage surrounded by corporate security, he considers. Low chance of civilian casualties. Clearly, the safety of innocents is a priority for you. Adol, we have a problem. Isabel stares down at her PDA. Dreamland's neural inhibitor software isn't interacting with this guy's cortical implant the same way it worked with her own. It's only going to slow the memory wipe process. We've come too far to lose this now. Do something about it. I would if I could, but we're talking about software I didn't write interacting with two different pieces of headwear I've never seen before. We're lucky this works at all. She begins a flurry of two-handed thumb taps on her PDA. I'll try and key in some buffering routines or something to slow it as much as I can, but my confidence is low. Isabel shakes her head at the PDA, her face pinched in frustration. This guy's memory is going to get wiped one way or another. I'd start asking questions, Adol. Tense. Very tense. The silky plastic of his face slides into a smooth smile. I guess I'll answer your questions rather slowly. I don't have time for bullshit. You're a professional. You know what's next. Just give us what we want. Ractor smiles and Kosche's servos whir as if in anticipation. I was joking. Of course I'm going to give you what you want. My clients know I'm a professional and that I take extraordinary precautions to protect their secrets. If those precautions were compromised, it was due to an extreme circumstance. His chin lifts a bit and his tone becomes even more matter-of-fact. You ask your questions, Adol the Red. I'll ask them as efficiently as I can. When we're done, I'll shake hands with the stranger and walk away wondering what just happened. Why is Josephine Tsang trying to kill us? Or first, what is Prosperity? Prosperity Tower is Tsang Mechanical Engineering's corporate headquarters. Prosperity is also one of Josephine Tsang's pet projects. Which one do you want to know about first? His voice gets a sing-song tone. Tick-tock. I want to hear about the Prosperity Project. Well, that's going to be challenging. You see, the Prosperity Project is Joe Tsang's best-kept secret, and the best way to keep secrets is to not tell anyone, even someone whose memory can be wiped. All I know is that Prosperity is something built deep inside Kowloon Walled City, some kind of experiment that her son was working on. Edward Tsang. No, wait. Raymond Black. My father. Wu stands up tall, takes that amused tone he gets when someone's about to get hurt. Hey, Mr. Plastic, maybe you could settle a bet between me and my brother. Wu puts his face close to Lee's, his breath fogging the white plastic. Now, I think Raymond is still alive, but my brother here isn't so sure. Wu's voice drops to a stage whisper. Which is it, buddy? Raymond Black, dead or alive? I got 20 new yen on this. Guys, a status bar just popped up. It isn't moving yet, but you never know when it might take a jump. The little Decker watches her screen for a moment. It's stuck at 0 right now, but the process is starting and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Here, give me that. Lee reaches out a perfectly manicured hand to Isabel. I'll show you something. Isabel pulls away on instinct and looks at you. This is a calculated gamble. If you're running out of time and holding all the guns. I have information you want, and betting that if I share it with you, you won't kill me when this is over. Yeah, okay, let's risk it. The plastic-faced man takes the PDA from Isabel and stares down at the screen. His eyes become unfocused, and he stands like a statue. A low-resolution video recording pops onto the screen. A small weathered man, possibly in his 70s, is strapped into a high-tech chair and connected to an elaborate scientific instrument behind him. The recording is from the first-person perspective, presumably the plastic-faced man's. This is from when I first brought the asset, your father, to Prosperity Tower. His eyes remain unfocused, still as a statue. After I took him from the tea house on the docks. The video continues, and a confident voice can be heard from off-screen. A woman's. You can't make out what she says. The point of view turns to the right, and a graceful woman of indeterminate age steps into view. She is clearly advanced in years, but access to a nourishing diet and cutting-edge pharmaceuticals afford her the vitality of someone much younger. She speaks directly to the camera. Her tone is hard. I warned you to be gentle with him, Mr. Lee. She looks over at the old man with genuine concern. He looks as if someone tased him. The voice of the plastic-faced man replies, I assure you, Mrs. Tsang, I was gentle. He walked out of the tea house under his own power. The old man speaks, his voice weary and hoarse. May I have some water, Mother? My throat feels like it's on fire. She responds tenderly. Yes, of course, Edward. I'll have someone bring you some ice chips. The plastic-faced man speaks again, his voice lowered. Your son has apparently been through some sort of ordeal. He appeared demented at times, and he's been mumbling about stopping something. Prosperity, I think. Yes, well, that won't be happening. The woman addresses her son, speaking a bit too loudly as if he is hard of hearing. We won't be stopping Prosperity, Edward. I want you to understand. I want you to get that out of your mind. Do you understand? I understand perfectly well, Mother. There's no need to shout. But I won't give up. Prosperity must be stopped. All those poor people. The woman frowns and shakes her head. I know, Edward, I know. Those poor people. I've done a lot of good to make up for it since you left. Shelters, hospitals, all sorts of good work. And now it's time to do something for you. Something I should have done a long time ago, perhaps. From the left side of the screen, a man enters in a white lab coat. The woman looks up and nods, and the lab-coated man places a chrome apparatus on the old man's head. Raymond speaks dreamily as if a drug has started its work. What's this, Mama? What are you doing to me? I'm fixing you, Edward. She walks up close to the old man, strokes his head tenderly, leans forward to kiss it. All you can see is failure. You're incapable of seeing the good in what you've done. The man in the white lab coat presses a button on Raymond's chair, and a robotic arm swings into view. A cobalt blue light springs from its tip, and the arm quickly circumnavigates the old man's head, bathing it in oscillating blue. A high-definition, three-dimensional image of Raymond's brain appears on the wall behind. I've been inspired by Mr. Lee here. The woman turns and looks at the camera. We're going to do some editing of your memories, to relieve you of your burden. Raymond mumbles dreamily, desperately fighting to get the words out. No, Mama, wait. I figured out what to do. And then he's asleep. The woman moves closer to the camera. Your payment will be made according to our agreement. She turns away, her voice cold. Once the rest of them are dead. The video ends, and the plastic-faced man exhales slowly. I've taken a big risk showing you that. I don't give a rat's ass. Wu turns to you. You see? I knew it. I told you, Adol, Raymond's alive. Tsang's holding him at Prosperity Tower. He may be alive, but it looks like his mom's gonna erase part of his memory. Just like Johnny Plastic here. She's gonna try to fix him. What kind of mother would do that? Something catches her eye, and she looks down suddenly. Shit! Isabel thumbs her PDA furiously, but it's no use. That's it. He's wiping. She pulls the cable from her PDA and drops it to the ground in aggravation. Oh, hello. The plastic-faced man looks down at his zip-tied hands and then slowly surveys his surroundings. Well, isn't this awkward? What do you want to do with this guy? He's got no memory, so it's probably safe to let him go, but Auntie said he should take a dirt nap. Wu raises his rifle. All the same to me. I mean, we're getting paid to kill him, so what Auntie wants, Auntie gets. But he gave us everything we asked for, and more. He's seen our faces. But I have nothing to connect them with. If it's all the same with you, I'd prefer to just walk away. He's still working for Tsang. Which means he could still come after us. All it would take is Tsang telling him, hey, those people, go after them again. So no. My pleasure. Game, why are you being like this? There. The trip from Shetkip May back to Haoi is quiet as you process the information revealed by the plastic-faced man. Prosperity is a name. Two names, actually. One is a secret project Raymond was working on before he left for Seattle. The other is the corporate headquarters of Sang Mechanical Services. And Prosperity Tower is where Raymond Black is being held, alive. It's also where his memory is, in the process of being reprogrammed by his mother, and time is ticking. The plastic faced man proved surprisingly amenable and quite useful before you killed him. Your next stop is Kindly Chung. She'll want to hear this. You step out of the MTR station and into the balmy night air. An impenetrable wall of clouds, heavy with imminent rain, has blown in from the south. It covers the stars, causes them to wink out one by one. You can smell something on the air, something electric. The wind whips up around you and the clouds begin moving in a thick grayscale swirl. The spiral builds and grows, shimmering with faint amber light. As you watch the clouds roil in the sky, the sounds of the city retreat. A bubble of soft white noise replaces them, wrapping around your head and reflecting your own heartbeat back on you. You look down from the clouds to see the lights of the docks dancing in a warm, saturated blue. Sure, take a trid shot with your PDA. You raise your wrist to capture the view with your PDA's built-in camera. The image swims into focus on the machine's tiny screen as the camera's lens adjusts to the light. And that's when the first twinge tickles your chest, lets you know that something's coming. A moment later, you feel an incredible tightness in your chest. It feels like your heart is being crushed under the foot of a giant. Your vision goes gray, and your sense of balance disappears. Gradually, blood rushes in to refill the organ, inflating it like a balloon. Try to catch your breath. You gasp for air. It doesn't come. Your breath shallows out, thins, makes you gasp like a suffocating fish. Your chest contracts again and again as you struggle to take in breath. You stumble forward and every cell in your body seems to vibrate. The energy thrums inside of you, pulsating, building to an unbearable crescendo. And then, you're on the other side of it. You find yourself standing in a familiar courtyard, the walled city. You're back in the walled city, just like in your dreams. You can taste the stench of the place, the mildew and plaster and wet dog stink of the slum. A dream. This has to be a dream. You try to blink away the image of the walled city, to blot out the sounds and stench of the slum. You pinch yourself. You don't wake up. The crumbling facades of tenement buildings lean into one another above you, closing in on either side and creating a narrow walkway. Just like in your dreams, there's nowhere else to go. Nowhere but forward, down the path ahead. Start walking. You let your legs carry you forward. You feel a creeping sense of certainty in the back of your mind, and it tells you that you've taken this same walk hundreds of times before. The sense of claustrophobia mounts and builds with every step you take. It feels like you're worming your way forward down a long, dark tunnel. The humidity of the place sticks to your skin. As you proceed deeper into the walled city, a low rumble fills the air, the noise of enormous gears in motion. You feel hollow, empty, and with every step you take, You can feel that emptiness growing, an unbearable yearning unlike any hunger you've ever known. Continue forward. You continue walking just as you always have, just as you were meant to. Off in the distance, an alien silhouette beckons to you. It's her, the tall, slender thing from your dreams, the elusive figure that you've always been moving toward but could never quite reach. A crowd of locals lines the path ahead, kneeling in supplication. They look emaciated, all skin and bones, clothed head to toe in dirty rags. Examine the kneeling figures. You stare at the nearest of the kneeling figures, a wiry man in his late 20s. He locks eyes with you. Slowly, his mouth yawns open. The man has no teeth. They've been pulled, and recently from the looks of it. His gums are a bloody, pitted mess. As you stare into the black void of his mouth, his tongue comes lolling out. It looks like it was caught in an industrial accident, a swollen, twisted slab of meat. The corners of the young man's mouth twitch upward into a ghastly smile. What happened to you? The man with the ruined tongue doesn't respond. He kneels in silence, staring as your feet carry you past him. Seconds later, he fades from view. Your legs carry you deeper and deeper into the beating heart of the tenement. If you haven't reached the center yet, you must be close. It's incredibly hot and humid in here. The sweat rolls down your body in sheets. Your thoughts go hazy with the heat, and a dim sense of unease takes root in the pit of your stomach. Focus on the uneasy feeling. You try to concentrate on the unease that you're feeling, but you find it impossible to focus. The omnipresent sound of grinding gears isn't helping. Looking up, you can see where the noise is coming from. A hatch. The same door that you saw in your nightmare back when all of this began. The markings on the door are legible now. A single word in faded yellow paint. Prosperity. Suddenly, impossibly, the alien figure that you've been moving toward is standing right in front of you. At the same time, your vision finally clears, and ice water runs through your veins. The walled city isn't a slum at all. It's an enormous gaping maw, and the buildings are a forest of crooked teeth. The thing reaches for you. With inhuman speed and grace, it plunges fingers of polished ivory into your mouth. Slowly, terribly, it begins to wrench your jaw open. You can feel your teeth splinter and break, and rough fingers on your shoulder snap you back to reality. The hand clenches into a vice-like grip and yanks you backward off your feet. You come crashing down to the floor of the Haoi MTR station. You can feel a rush of wind just in front of you, a passing train. What is wrong with you, Adol the Red? Strangler Bao eyes you coolly. Auntie Chung's lost too many runners already. Besides, there are cleaner ways to end your life than jumping in front of a train. I was just in the walled city. There was this thing. He cuts you off with a grunt. You were hallucinating, and you almost just got yourself killed. Now get up and get back to that floating wreck that you sleep in. You don't get to die in here unless Mrs. Chung says you do. A pair of dead-eyed transients lean against the abandoned car, their shoulders slumped. A pile of overstuffed bags lie in a heap on the sidewalk, spilling into the rain-choked gutter. The smaller of the pair looks down, notices that his bags are getting soaked, and does nothing. Seems like he's too exhausted to care. The shorter of the transients slowly shifts his attention to you. His voice comes out hollow and empty. You're one of Chung's. It isn't a question. What's it to you? Well, hopefully she'll let you leave. He nods his head toward the Haoi gates and the open road beyond. That's what we're doing, getting the hell out of here while we still can. If you're smart, you'll follow us. Everyone with half a brain is getting out of this place. Whatever's happening here, I'm going to figure out what it is and I'm going to fix it. You're either a fool or you're crazy. Nothing can fix what's coming for the walled city, and Haoi is way too close to that place for comfort. You getting the dreams too? Just like when we were kids, and we heard the stories of the Yama Kings. Two exchanged glances. But they weren't just dreams this time. They were signs. Warnings. What can you tell me about the Yama Kings? Just what my grandfather told me. Respect ghosts and gods, but keep away from them. He stoops to begin pulling his bags off of the sidewalk and out of the gutter. Come on, Shen. It's time to go. A pair of men, refugees from the looks of them, stand near the city entrance. They're absorbed by their conversation, voices low. The elf sways nervously as he speaks, but the human is steadfast. His gravelly words are harder to make out than the elf's, but you can hear the agitation in them. Neither man seems aware of your presence. Telling you, first chance we get, we've got to get out of here. Leave the country. Things are so backed up that even if the walled city were gutted and cleaned tomorrow, we'd still be wading through the fallout. Prejudice wouldn't just disappear. The elf's head dips up and down in agreement. I know. You're right. You always are. I spoke to my sister. She's on board. Didn't take much convincing either. Those few of us who know about the monsters don't want to be anywhere near the city. Things like that, they leave a mark on a place. It'll never be right again. You guys talking about the walled city? A pair of bright eyes meet yours. The elf gives you a shy smile. Hello. Didn't see you there. We were just discussing, the state of the city. Things are bleak. Isn't that right, Aaron? He rubs his arms as if he's cold, but the outside air is humid. The other man glowers at you. Noticing the deliberate hostility of his friend, the elf tries to fill the awkward silence. He rambles. Yes, as if we didn't have enough to contend with before. Gangs, starvation, disease. Now corporate officers are starting to invade our personal lives, and with no subtlety. They treat us like wild dogs. Do this, do that, sit, stay, good boy. As thanks, we won't kill your family. I'm not here to shut you down. I'm on your side. It'll help me out if I know what's happening in there, but I have a feeling you're hiding something. The Yama Kings. He pats the back of his flustered friend. It's all right, Lorne. Might as well start talking about it. Not everyone's going to believe us, but those who do can prepare themselves. Like us. Lorne sways uncomfortably, but dips his head up and down in agreement. The man continues. It started as a whisper, a rumor. The Yama Kings are coming to feast. Coming to feast on us. The walled city. Well, we took it for what it was. Superstitious bullshit. That is, until things started happening. Now the walled city's always been its own kind of hell. But these last few months, somehow things started getting worse. People got more aggressive, others started to spiral emotionally, and our dreams grew more intense, more frightening. It's the Yama Kings, we're sure of it. They're going to destroy our souls and eat our bodies. We have to leave, but there are so many people who can't. I just wish we could take them all, Aaron. A small tremble shakes his willowy frame. Impossible, Lorne. Most we can do is save ourselves. Let's just concentrate on getting out of this alive, all right? Aaron returns his hard gaze to you. So now you know. Monsters, Yama Kings, are descending upon us from their ethereal thrones, coming to rip our essences apart. The sooner we get out of here, the better. I understand. There's something dark at work in the walled city, and you're wise for wanting to get out of here. But you'd better get out of here soon. Things are really starting to heat up. Lorne looks at Aaron, fear in his eyes. Yes, soon. My sister's ready whenever we are. Aaron gives him a curt nod. All right, we'll make plans right away. Thanks, stranger. One of Kindly's enforcers bars the path from the walled city into Haoi, blocking the walkway with his body. A woman in a ragged shawl stands in front of him, her hands clasped, begging to be let through. He doesn't move. Please, you have to let me through. My husband and children are already in Haoi. I need to meet them. I have to... Nice try, but back off. You don't get in here. Nobody else does. Come on, man, let her through. One more person in Haoi won't hurt anything. It isn't my decision. Auntie Chung gave orders. Besides which, there are 100,000 other beggars behind her who just love to get in here. They've been banging at the gates all day. You think I should let them all through? I don't care if you help them or not, just please help me. Think of my family. I don't know your family, woman. You probably don't even have one. I, on the other hand, do have people in Haoi, and if I disobey Auntie Chung, what happens to them won't be pretty. Why does Kindly care about refugees passing through Haoi? If they were content to pass through, she probably wouldn't, but that isn't what these people do. They get out, and they try to stay here. With everything that's going down, the last thing that Kindly wants to have to worry about is the population of Haoi suddenly tripling, so we aren't taking anybody. Period. The refugee's tear-streaked face twists into a snarl. Pig bastard! You won't let us through? I'll come back with so many others that you can't hope to stop us. We can't stay in the walled city, not with what's coming. We won't. You be my guest, woman. Bring as many friends as you like. He pats a conspicuous bulge under his jacket. I'll make sure to have a bullet for each of you. No, I don't have any more money. Did I get any stuff that I can sell? Oh, I have a lot of karma, though. Oh yeah, I did get the spare one of those. Which will give me partway there. I'll go ahead and sell the 2 mage spells since I don't have any mages. Nearly enough. Just a little more. Oh, you know what? I can sell that sword, which will give me enough to get the other sword. Okay, now I'm going to look up the differences in these here. Okay, Shadowrun Hong Kong, Ares Mana Sword. Shadowrun Hong Kong. Melee weapons. Ah, okay, the monofilament has armor piercing and deals AP damage, which is why it's slightly less damage. Having armor piercing is probably a good idea. How much damage was on my old sword? Okay, yeah, that's what I had before. So... yeah, that upgrade gets me armor piercing. I could get extra damage with the other two, or sacrifice the AP damage for extra regular damage, but I like AP damage. That is good for crowd control. Although maybe I don't need armor piercing because I have so many abilities that reduce armor. So yeah, let's go with the Chinese War Sword. Just straight up deal more damage. There we are. Look who's back. Why don't you go egg a car or something and leave us alone? I, for one, enjoy Adol the Red's visits. A hint of a smile touches Lau's lips as Gin grumbles to himself. How can we help you? Sorry to interrupt, I was just wondering if you're all still having the dreams. This again? Don't you have anything better to do? Yes, we're all still having the dreams. However, they've gotten a hell of a lot worse. Gin shifts uncomfortably. Look, let's not go into detail. This information could help others. If I tell you, will you go away? Sure. He nods approvingly, then glances at Lau and Shu before continuing. Our dreams have become, unpleasant, so to say. Darker. Violent. He runs his hand along his tightly cropped beard. Careful. Harry didn't quite clear the jump that he was making. Yeah, I think this is the same stuff from last time. Seem upset. Is something wrong? Shadows that fall, you are getting closer. Yeah. Just to take care. Anything new from Crafty? No new info. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's fine. He jumped over the basket again, but like clipped it with his paws. Like the lip of the. Hmm? Well, I think the noise was his paws hitting the thing, like, you know, like if your knuckles, like knocking on. Uh,
Concern going upstairs was better if he was a wand after he'd gotten hold of it the sixth or seventh time and then had to let the wand down to let him finish playing. Feathers. And apparently he went at it and from laying down, but banged his head up against the carrier.
oh no.
And he kind of shook his head a few times, like maybe it dazed him. Wanted to make sure that kind of thing didn't happen, a second time.
Yeah.
He wasn't concussed or something.
The walk through the mahjong parlor is punctuated by the tantalizing smell of coconut and fried confection. Your crew surrounds kindly Chung, watching uncomfortably as she peels small egg-shaped delicacies from a waffle-like pastry and pops them into her mouth. Each time she does, her eyes close in ecstasy, and soft sounds come from her throat. There you are. There you are, Adol the Red. Your crew here tells me that you were able to locate and interrogate the plastic-faced man. The straw sandal's eyes narrow, and her rusty voice takes on a jagged edge. They haven't told me his current disposition, however. I assume everything went as I instructed? Yes, Auntie. We took one of Josephine's pieces off the board. Kindly Chung's nostrils flare with a sharp inhale, and her eyes glisten in triumph. That was for you, Nightjar. I trust you got something useful out of him. We got plenty. Wu sounds eager. He gave us a data dump on everything he knew about Prosperity Tower. First-hand info. Josephine's headquarters. She puts down the pastry, rubs her nose, considering. That could be useful, I suppose. What do you intend on doing with it? We're going to rescue Raymond. He's alive, Auntie, just like I said he was. Josephine's holding him in there. She's doing something to his brain. Something to his brain? She takes another bite of her pastry. What is that old bitch up to now? Based on the memory that Mr. Plastic showed us, it looks like she's trying to rewrite her son's memories using something called ASSIST, Artificial Sensory Induction Systems technology. It allows the user to record, process, and feed synthetic sensory input to the brain. Like a SimSense chip? Yes, Auntie, it's the technology that led to SimSense. It's also what allows Deckers to enter the Matrix and grants riggers a neural connection to their drones. An expert assist technician could alter someone's personality, memory, even identity. I'm guessing experts like that don't grow on trees. Definitely not. Changing someone's memories requires a world-class expert in assist, and a massive amount of computing power. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing to him, but I'm guessing that his mom wants him to forget something, or to remember it differently, maybe. What do we know about Prosperity Tower? Mr. Plastic dropped us a couple of terabytes of data on Prosperity Tower, right out of his brain. Isabella and I have been studying it. Lots of good intel to mine there. He looks at the rest of the crew. Just what we need to take a run at the place and hope to get out alive. How do we make our approach? Fortunately, Prosperity Tower is one of Tsang's lower security locations. It's mostly administrative, marketing, that sort of thing. That's good. Kindly turns to her enforcer. Mr. Bao, give the runners those old Tsang security passes you used on that hijacking last year. Yes, Mrs. Chung. they'll get them. Those passes should get you through the lobby. The Triad boss pokes a fingernail between her teeth and dislodges a piece of pastry. You'll still have to explain your presence, Adol, so don't expect to just walk on through. What about that junk data you held onto after the Wuxing run, Isabel? Anything in there we can use? Good thinking, and I'm already ahead of you. I scoured the leftover Wuxing paperwork and found a way to change our status to special couriers. We can use that to pose as a third-party Wuxing, Wuxing uses to deliver important packages. That'll work for a while, but we can't expect to stay in cover for long. One way or another, things are going to get hot. Loading dock sounds like just the edge we need. Let's do it. Okay, I'll get us booked into the Tsang system and print off some matching papers. We'll need a van to make it look legit. Bow? Consider it done. Talk to me about the security setup. How do we get to Raymond? The key to this operation are the 3 security stations located on different floors. The matrix systems in these security stations are the command and control hubs for the entire building's security. As such, they're the best place to find out where Raymond Black is being held. That's all we've got on his location? All we know is that he's being held somewhere called Lab 12. But where that is or how to get in there is something we will need to figure out on site. If things go hostile, the best thing to do is to get to an alarm panel or a matrix security node and shut things down. If we're noticed, we'll have a brief window to cut the link to the alarm system. If we do that, it will isolate the whole floor from the security system. The rest of the building won't know what's happening there. If the alarm goes off and we cut the link to the alarm system, we can spoof the system, tell it we've moved on to another location. That might work once or twice, but if we spoof too many alarms, they'll figure it out. How long is this brief window to cut the alarm? Maybe 30 seconds. Maybe less if the network isn't cluttered with traffic. It's there as a failsafe so security doesn't stampede all over the building if a janitor forgets to close a door. What about guards? Quantity? Training? Standard corp security for the most part, but Tsang has a rapid response squad for high priority events. That would be us. Is Gobbett right? Do you think an intrusion into Lab 12 would qualify as a high-priority event? Judging by the way Grandma Tsang took out Carter, Gutshot, and Nightjar, I'd say she isn't interested in anyone getting anywhere near her son. Expect to face Tsang's elite security once we find him. What else do we have on the security stations themselves? Staffing? Weaknesses? Only one thing worth mentioning. Isabel looks over to Wu. The only way into a security station is with a key card, and guards on each floor carry a card to the station on that floor. So we can get a card by taking them out, but there may be other ways of getting key cards. Wu crosses his arms across his chest. Like I said, the security stations are the key to this operation. They provide multiple opportunities to exploit the system and to determine how to approach the rest of our incursion. The security stations are high-priority targets. Check. We want to take them fast before they have a chance to respond. So which station do we hit first? The little Decker purses her lips. No way to know. We'll need to take one of them and use it to determine our next step. It's like we have directions to go find a map. That's all I need to know about security. Let's hope it's enough to give us an edge. How do we stop this assist thing from rewiring Raymond? All we know is that an assist device is located in Lab 12. It's the only one in the building. Now, I doubt that Grandma will just hand over the passcodes to her system if we ask nicely. So we'll need a Decker to access the assist device and eject him from the system safely before she scrambles his brain. Harry did?
Not much. Any at all is too much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you give Teddy more hay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is definitely a lot more hay than the bit that I put in. In fact, honey, this is too much.
Ah. Yeah, I mean, it looked like about the normal amount that we usually give him. That sounds dangerous. It's either that or leave him to Josephine, and that can't happen. One other thing. While I was helping Duncan verify as much of this data as I could, I decided to collect our marker with Bull and his team of runners. Good call. We need all the help we can get. Isabel looks up at Wu, her eyes big and round. Yeah, no kidding. Turns out Bull and our runner friends hit Sang a few months back. Low rent smash and grab for another corp, but they got a quick scan of the building's matrix security before they rabbited. They gave us data flags that pinpoint where the security nodes are located inside of Tsang's system. So when we jack into a security station, we'll be able to make a direct attack on the security node. That could just buy us the seconds we'll need to cut the alarm link. Nice work. Kindly cuts in, licking her fingers with loud smacking noises. One more thing, Adol. While you're in her headquarters, look for anything we can use to incriminate or embarrass Josephine Tsang. I want dirt. Something I can feed to an acquaintance on the executive council. Someone who stands to gain from it.
What does that person stand to gain?
Right after I rescue my father. She pops another egg treat into her mouth, and her eyes close tight with pleasure. Of course, my sweet, of course. Now go enjoy Prosperity Tower, she smiles wolfishly, and give Josephine Tsang my regards. Okay, that brings us to 7 o'clock. I think saving the final bit of the mission for next time is a good idea, because there's no telling how long it's going to take. Excuse me. Let's see, that's not quite enough karma to spend on anything good. So, thanks for watching. Thanks again for the resub, Astinia. I do appreciate that. I'll be back tomorrow night with more Timberborn, and I should be continuing this on Monday. Or if not, specifically Monday, on some Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, when I am when I am able. Now let's see who's around that I can raid. Now let's go say hey to Kemutsemu. He's playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. That's a fun one. I wonder what sort of vampire he's playing. Let's go find out. Thanks again. Hope to see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.